Hi-ho. We doing some game dev. I get words out. I get some game music going on in the background. I need to turn my end down. You guys should be soft enough, but it's too loud on mine. Here we go. So, been a week, but we did finish up all of our uh, design, at least for what we think we need. It will definitely change. But next step is to convert this into database format. And I was demoing how Claude Code works to somebody this past weekend. So I gave it the prompt to create it, which wasn't much of a prompt, but it worked on it and planned it at least. So I just said, hey, look at my GitHub issues for phase one. Give me the Postgres SQL for it, for the entities. And it went through and it spit out a lot of shit. I mean, this is all the code down here, but I want to go through the rest of it and make sure it makes sense. And then we're going to go through the definition and make sure it works based off of what we designed. Because I don't trust it. So we'll go from there. So yeah, so we asked to look at the phase one stuff. And so the goal of these first four and then this last one here, first five, and this last guy is to have entity framework defined and the database defined. But you got to define the database before you. I think we might learn something today because I haven't used entity framework much at all. I understand its concept. I've seen it and used it in a few places, but I've not done it from scratch. I don't think entity framework's the thing that drives the tables. I thought that was the Postgres migration scripts we were making, but I could be wrong. So we'll at least see if it interpreted our entities properly first. And then we'll dig into how we do the entity framework stuff, what the best way for that is. So it figured we needed to define all the EF core entities, EF being entity framework, and their corresponding Postgres tables. For any rule generation, blah, 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 the checkpoint requires a single entity framework core migration covering all entities that applies cleanly to Docker Postgres. So it sounds like entity framework is going to be the thing that does that for us. So then I guess the Postgres migrations that go in, let's see, where is that going? This thing. So this migrator is for things that aren't tables. I totally forget how that was supposed to be. Let's go refresh our memories because I don't remember. Let me just do it in Git here. So, not that one. This guy. Docs. It's probably an implementation plan, but it might be under architecture too. So, data schemas. Half a day of design before any code. That was when I thought there was 8 tables. We spent a little more than that. It was whatever. This is the actual just overall plan. So that doesn't really define what the expectation is there. These architectural constraints. That's our game client. Backend. Why does it not talk database? Postgres, no Microsoft SQL, no SQLite. Okay. Well, we might just have to figure that out. I mean, we'll review everything first, but I want to understand it better. I thought I did, and now I'm questioning everything that I remembered. But then again, I don't remember crap, so who knows? That's why we have it document everything, because I don't remember everything. All right, so it requires a single EF core migration. So it sounds like the schema will be in any framework, which makes sense because any framework is designed about managing, getting data based out of your schema. So that makes sense. I'm just trying to remember what the Postgres migrator was for, and I think that's for non-schema related things, for adding any functions or procs or things like that, or data migrations. That's not what any framework's going to do. So okay, so the SQL below is the output of just getting the Postgres DDL, but the actual implementation step is writing matching EF core entity classes in data and core, then generating the migration. Okay, so that's all going to be in any framework. So that is speaking of in these guys, there's migrations, there's entities for the framework, and then there's the migrations, and that's what's going to get filled up. I want to see it in action. Like I said, I've never done any framework from scratch. I've always only ever tweaked existing ones or let other people do it. So this will be a learning opportunity for me. Let's see. So these are all the things that we define. This is summarizing that. Okay, so design notes. Where did it even come up with 16 by 16? I don't even know where is 16 by 16 somewhere in this in our documentation. Let's see. Find in files, current directory. And there, look for 16. That might be a horrible thing to search. But we're going to find out. No, not defining. I don't even know where it came up with 16 by 16. Why did it even think about that? I have no idea. It's not mentioned anywhere in our documentation. That's the kind of hallucination that I'm like, why does this even pop up? Because this is clearly what we define. We did 51 by 51 explicitly to be have 25 on one side of the middle, 25 on the other, and one down the middle. Same thing with top and bottom. So we have an actual middle point and middle row for everything. Otherwise, you start you're some weird offset in there and it's ugly. So symmetry is important. Mob type is a type definition table only. Mob instances are phase 3. Is that accurate? So mob type, mob spawn. I guess we don't have mob instances in here. Or is that in the, did we do that under world? Land block region, subland block. I guess we didn't. That's a gap because we have to store that somewhere. But it'll happen one way or another. This doesn't have to be the final database. I knew it wasn't going to. I knew there was going to be things that were forgotten. They have to change it and add, and who knows, whatever. Mob instance ID has no foreign key for phase 1. Okay. Age on characters stored as big int seconds of logged in playtime. Cleanest for increment decay math. So is it logged in playtime? Yeah, there's going to be a creation date, but and we can have that like date born, but then age is how long they're played in for. I guess that's fair. Vitae is a 5/4, constrained to 0/1. So I read this. So in Microsoft SQL world, this I read as there are 5 digits to the left of the decimal and 4 to the right. I don't know what this is. Constrained 0/1. I don't know. We'll have to look into that one. JSON is used for all variable attribute blobs, stat blocks, weather, passability, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Circular foreign key dependencies, circular, counts characters, guilds and characters, containers and characters, items and characters, resolved by declaring the foreign key constraints after all tables exist. I wouldn't call it circular, but yeah, you can't define a foreign key until you've got both ends of the key defined, so that makes sense. World Limen knowledge serves as the Limen knowledge category ID reference everywhere else. No circuit ID needed. Did we miss something? So that's under world, I think. Or not. Not skill, maybe? I don't remember where we define that. Here we go. So world limit knowledge. So I'm not sure why I named it category ID, unless it was just because I named that somewhere else. Because yeah, because there's fragments and there's categories, and then those categories drive all the other stuff under skills. So like down here, what category ID is it that drives that? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll just use that. Uses the name Limen fragments. The schema names the table Limen fragments to match. Why is that noted? That just seems obvious. No mob instances table in phase 1. Oh, it's talking about the container. You said this twice. Literally, well, yeah. So it's basically saying the same thing. Alf. I know when he starts like huffing and puffing, he's about to go bark at the window. So we stop that. Come sit with me. Hi. You're a numbnut. Yes, you are. You're a numbnut. Okay. I don't know why it repeated itself. It sounded like Minecrafty, was it? It was Minecrafty. All I got for these are screenshots telling me what the song is for, because this is an 8-hour long audio track. All right. We'll read all of this in a minute. I want to read the bottom of this. Okay, so all that. What to build? EF core entity classes in service remote core entities. 1 file per domain folder. World, items, characters, skills, Limen. Oh, so wait a second. It broke up my tables in more than just. Let me validate that now that I see what it did. Okay. So world, region, train, type, land block, sub land block, some land block, event. Okay. Settlements, that works. NPCs, that works. Mobs, that works, because we'll eventually have a mob instances as well. Items, statistics, properties, enhancements, container. Yeah, I guess that works, because that doesn't, you'd have to put that under multiple different categories otherwise. the actual item itself, and then the loot tables. Yeah. Auth, account session. Guild membership, character knowledge. You really need to split those up? Or can we just leave those under one? No, I don't know that I agree with that breakup. And then here's your skills and the definitions of the skills, and then they get used up here. And then Limen stuff. Blueprint doesn't. No, I don't agree with that either. That's more skill. Because a blueprint is equivalent to a channel in crafting. A channel is what we're calling things like different weapon attacks, no matter what type of weapon it is, different magic based attacks and whatnot. And blueprint is what we're calling the crafting blueprints, the skills. So that really belongs under skill, so we'll have to clean that up. Now, they use the word domain. I want to understand what that means in Postgres world. That's probably something I should have done before stream, but we're going to do it on stream now. You're going to watch me struggle to learn a new database terminology. We'll have a chat and talk about what the different words mean in Postgres, because I don't know what domain equates to in the worlds that I'm familiar with. Like, is that a schema or is that a database? Because one thing I did off stream, and this is a little bit of a sidetrack, but not really, is I installed a private server for Asheron's Call, and half of it was for being addicted, and the other half was seeing how they implemented this databases for these things. And this is really small, and I can't change the size of this, so I apologize. But they've split it up into three. They're called schemas in MySQL, which is why I want to know is domain. And schemas in MySQL are equivalent to databases in Microsoft SQL. And then you have tables and views and procedures and functions underneath that. So this is a database in Microsoft SQL, but it's called schemas in MySQL. Is domain equivalent to schemas here / databases, or in Microsoft SQL there's also a thing called schemas, but it is a subpart of a database. So you can break a database up into multiple schemas and then have tables underneath of each of those schemas and whatnot, and procedures and everything. I don't know what domain means in Postgres world. I've not used Postgres enough to know what the right words are to use, so I want to learn. But regardless, when I installed this, I noticed that this emulator broke it up into three databases. One that's the world definition, one that's the shard, what's happening actively in the shard, so different properties and positions and everything. And then your authentication. So you have your Alf, you're bouncing my arm around. I can't click the button. Scratching. Your account and access. So it's just your authentication, right? And those tie to in the shard characters, and then you go from there. So I want to see how they broke stuff down here. Asheron's Call was a fairly simple game when you look at the background of it that supports it. So I don't feel bad about the lack of tables. I don't have a million tables in here to run this game. I don't think it's necessary if you do it right. So that's what I want to figure out. Is like, what does domain mean? Does it mean the schemas / databases that I know of, or is it actual schemas in Microsoft SQL, or is it I don't know. But anyway, let me just stop that SQL server. So I want to learn. We'll have to learn about what that means. Solmark DB context. So the second thing we need to build is under data. database context that configures all entities with Fluent API, unique constraints, checkers, and all that stuff. What is Fluent API? We're going to learn about that too. We're going to learn about a lot of stuff today. This is going to be a learning stream more than a create stuff stream. After we validate what it defined for everything. Initial migration is .NET EF migrations, add, initial create, project, startup project, soul marketing. This is creating the migration? I don't know. We'll see. Validate Docker compose, all the shows all three tables. Okay, so definitely those are called tables, but the domain might be schema then, or maybe it's not even defined. I don't know. Or maybe domain is an entity framework thing. It might be an entity framework thing and it doesn't really correlate to Postgres at all. I don't know. Okay, so we got some terminology to learn so we can understand what we're making. But I'd already pulled this. I thought I already pulled this out, but clearly I didn't. No, I don't want the whole plan. I just want this bit here. So this is the Postgres SQL. Not Microsoft SQL. I don't like that at all. Is there one we can install? Let's see. Is there what's that going to be? That would be under here probably. This has half the installs as this one by some random dude. This one's from Microsoft. Why is this one so popular? Last released 3 years ago. That's worrisome. Last released 5 days ago. Better. Last released 2 weeks ago. That's okay too. I don't like the fact that it hadn't been touched for 3 years. That worries me. So we're not going to go with that one. Sports, MySQL, MariaDB, Postgres. So this is okay. All kinds of stuff. Let you connect to the servers. Yeah, that's not bad. Backup and import settings, mock data. Wait, generate mock data, huh? That's kind of cool. Okay, what does this guy do? So there's our connection to it. Oh dear God, why does it go straight to a chat? Wow, that's nice though. But it's just for Postgres. So features, connect, browse, Azure Postgres. Explore your databases, schema, visualization. That's nice. I like pictures. Pictures are always good. Query plan visualization, Object Explorer, Apache Age Graph. I don't care about Copilot. Agent mode tools, more Copilot crap. Server dashboards. Okay. I really needed this in Visual Studio, but and I will go look for a tool there too. But I wanted to get something that gave me the language on here for highlighting. I might just go straight to Visual Studio now that I think about it. Okay. I didn't see this one giving me the visualizations like that other one though. Kind of cool. Let's see what Visual Studio has. I really need to zoom this. Can I make this bigger overall? I know I can make the text bigger, and it is bigger, but I don't know if I can make the actual, without changing my resolution on the monitor, I don't think I can change that easily. Okay, well, let's go for extensions, search, Postgres SQL. Okay, so this is 200,000 downloads. That's cost money because there's a trial. 1,500. Visual Studio just isn't used as much anymore as Visual VS Code. Well, this is the big one. That's cool. Let's put that here, and then I think we're probably might use this guy more. Let's install. Okay, so it includes, but it'll just do regular Postgres as well. It has a retired badge on it, so this is retired. But it was updated 5 days ago. That's weird. Let's go with the one from Microsoft. Unfortunately. As long as it gives me some code syntax highlighting, I'll be happy. This thing installing? Oh, I gotta close it for it to take effect. All right. Good old Visual Studio. I also have dbeaver. This was apparently the main one to use for looking at Postgres databases. So I have that as well, but we may not need it anymore. Okay, go back here. We got our Postgres installed. Oh, we'll come back to it. And then this is installed now. So, boop. Now, do you have a Postgres? You do not. Wow, all that and I got nothing. So I need to know how, can you install extra languages in VS Code? Language. Exclude languages, include languages, add. That's not for what I was looking for, though. It's all experimental stuff. So many things here that I don't want to read about. So let's go ask the world. Can you install new languages for syntax highlighting in VS Code? Wait, custom languages. All right, let's just do this. Syntax highlighter for Postgres in VS Code. Improve, only a dedicated extension, blah, 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 using better Postgres. So it's just an extension. All right. So we just need to find, it was probably there and I probably just ignored it and moved on with my life, but I should have actually looked. Postgres language server, no. Syntax. There we go. Better Postgres syntax. Yeah, that's just from Microsoft SQL. Yep. Let's see which one gets the most downloads. This has 8K. This is 350. 2, 3. No, okay. We'll use this guy. Install. Blindly trust the publisher. It's fine. It's fine. Now. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I don't see it. I got to restart, maybe. Why? Why doesn't that work? What did I miss? See, you don't have a language mode. This one, not seeing a language mode. It's lying to me. All right. Kill. Don't save. New. Paste. It's just not there. We just have SQL, but which isn't terrible. Huh? No. Well, it detected it here. So I just have to pick SQL, and there is no Postgres SQL here. It's just, it improves the SQL language to know that this is Postgres. Okay. So if I look for like a JSON B thing, you do new. It seems okay. It's not great. by any means. I'm not happy with it. Because like this is a data type and that's a data type, but they're different colors, and that shouldn't be that way. It's very weird. Unless this is a different type of data type that it purposely does it that way. But why would bool and int be different? That doesn't make sense. Hate it here. Oh well. It's something. All right. So let's do this. Let us put this on the left left 2/3 and put our thingamajiggies here and make sure everything is defined. Now, already new stuff in here. There's no reason for this reference ID. I put that as if it was this ID. So it added a second one here that I don't need. I do like to create it at thing. I like it's something I should have told it to put on all of my tables is to create it at time. Regions will be created dynamically. Terrain types won't be, so it's not as big of a deal. Land blocks. I needed to make these generic or consistent so that it's always created at, not generated at, or that's generated at. So is that the only one that's created at? Start in, that's fine. Founding time UTC. Kind of want them all to be the same. Okay. Well, this is going to become, what we'll do is we will put this into our folder. Initial schema. I guess PG SQL is the official thingy. Does this let me rename like Notepad? Nope. Let's just see if it likes this extension or not. It doesn't know what that means. Okay. That does. Okay. All right, so we're going to fix this. So I don't have to comment on it inside Claude again. We're just going to comment it out here and put the reason. What does that mean? We'll send it as a stable enough for class reference regions without hard coding UUIDs, but to simply just use the region name as a stable identifier and enforce immutability at the application level. AI is scary sometimes. I mean, that's very complex for saying the ID covers it. Duplicate field with ID. And was it finishing up here? Not needed for lookup since ID is already a UID. If we want a human readable shortcode, we can add it later. I didn't ever wanted it. So no, don't put the rest of that shit. Yeah. Trying to think what I don't want to do generated at because then that doesn't work on a lot of other tables. Like if somebody creates something, I want that to be created. I think created at is the better one that we'll use instead of generated at. So let me just fix that while I'm thinking about it. Fine. There's two of them in here. Okay. Was generated at, but making consistent. What did it type out? Other tables. Not necessarily when the land block was first created. It is exactly when the land block was first created. Okay. And then this is on subland block. Oh. See, it's just scary. So scared that it's like, oh, you changed that for this reason. You probably want to change this too. And I'm not paying for this AI. Like, this is just happening. This is just part of the program now. Absolutely crazy. And I hear developers complain all day. It's still hard to write code. No, it's not. It tells you what to write these days. Read it and verify it. All right. Now, is now UTC or... I know I had another UTC one down here. Now must be UTC? I don't know. Let's do a quick... Let's come back over here. Go here. Need some clarification on terminology. There we go. For Postgres and any framework, as well as some syntax confirmation. What does domain mean in terms of Postgres? Is a default value of not new, now in Postgres current UTC time or local server time. And we'll start with those two. Get a couple quick answers. Domain is a name data type that wraps an existing base type and adds constraints. Think of it as a date type. Okay, so that's not what they're talking about there. EFCore has no first class concept of Postgres SQL domain. NP. Okay, so we're just calling that something. Okay. Time zone aware, but the underlying value is always stored in UTC. What displays when the session's time zone setting? Oh. Is between the two timestamp types. Timestamp with time zone, UTC internally. Timestamp without time zone, no time zone info. Returns server local time, no conversion. Ah. They actually have two different data types in Postgres for times, one with, one without a time zone. Interesting. Okay, that's pretty cool. All right, so domain in their terms in this other response is it's seemingly it's just calling this basically an error. It means nothing. But I do want to think about how this is. I have gone down roads where a single database is everything for the application and it turns into a performance nightmare. So we're definitely want to have some breakdown of this in different databases for performance reasons. I'm thinking grand, massively huge, successful game. But if I don't, then if it did happen, I'm effed. So just think about it up front. We'll have to put these into different categories and databases. There were a couple of things we had to clean up anyway. So okay, so back to this. Now that we know what now on timestamp Z means. All right. So this one, and where is my GitHub? There we go. All right. So regions, ID, name, and the created at. Okay. And this is a UUID. Now, when it says UUID, is that GUID or is that some other thing? Ask that. Is the generate? No. Would you not copy what I had selected, computer? Please, for the love of God. Similar to new unique identifier in MS SQL that makes a GUID, or is it something else? Something else. Don't need an H there. It'll figure it out. Generates a UUID v4, randomly generated 128-bit. Microsoft SQL's new ID also generates a v4 UUID. They're functionally equivalent for most purposes. Both give you a random, globally unique identifier in the standard format. Okay. This is random new ID. We don't have a sequential one. Wait, I didn't even know that about Microsoft. There's a new sequential ID. Huh. That's interesting. That was something that we came up years ago at work. Maybe it just didn't exist then. I don't know. Okay. So UUID is a GUID. Just wanted to make sure I knew what that was. And that's fine. Or what version of Postgres did I install? I don't remember at all what I installed. Let's see. Folder. We installed 16 Alpine. I think 17 is a. Let's go look. What are the versions of Postgres out there right now? Oh, my itches again. For Linux. Oh my God's sake. Ubuntu. Just give me what version you got. Oh, that's Ubuntu versions. Never mind. That's a SQL version. Holy balls. We are so far behind. Well, there's definitely newer ones in 16. Why did it put 16 there? We got 19 beta released. Why are we doing 16? All right, so that's a note that we have to look at, is why in the world would we want to use 16 Alpine and not the later versions? I don't want the betas at all. Yeah, 18. So it put 16. When did 16 come out? This is the problem with AI a lot of times. It just goes with old stuff that has that it last read. Release notes 16 4. I mean, that's not that old. I mean, that's last month. But why would I go to 16 when there is a stable 18 that came out at the same time and supports that new functionality? Oh. Let's ask why it might have done this. Any good reason code made a Docker compose file that included this for the server instead of the latest non-beta build, which is 18.4. Training data bias. So Claude was changed. See, that's this, and I've seen this too with Claude. When it comes to AWS CLI commands and things, it's running on old versions of the documentation. Clearly, it was changed in 2024 when it came out and has not been retrained, and it's old. Has been in GA since October 24. It hit beta in 25. When it calls knowledge cutoff, it may not know 18 exists, or it knows but is being conservative about recommending beta software. I mean, you clearly know because you're talking about it. 18 finally isn't out yet as of my knowledge cutoff. Okay. Jesus. Oh, I hate life sometimes. All right, when did 18 come out? Come on, what the hell? There we go. September, my birthday last year is when it came out, and it doesn't know about it yet. It hurts. It really hurts. Wait. This is what it just said it put in 17. It's saying that came in 18. Hang on. That's too many damn release notes. UUID. There's the only UUIDs on this page for these release notes. Okay. So now it's even wrong about that, it seems. Nope. Ay, ay, ay. It didn't come out in 17. It was 18. Jesus. 18.0s were introduced this one. Really update your knowledge base. Sometimes I got to talk back a little bit. What? I lit. Don't tell me I'm wrong. I will yell back at you. You had no business making without verifying. $18.4 definitely exists. And if wow, if I use 18 Alpine, does that grab the latest minor release as well? It's so much cache data. Okay. Cool. Oh, gotcha. So we can change it later once we finalize our version that we're running on. But for now, we'll keep the latest. Okay. 18 fixed. At least it's an easy fix. It's we haven't built the prod one yet, so okay. We'll have to get Claude to update all that stuff to see if anything else changes. All right, so good lord. That's not even a rabbit hole I was expecting to go down today. And here we are. Okay. So all of our IDs are going to be UIDs. We're not doing ints, so that's good. And that should be okay. Now, the problem here, though, is this ID is not necessarily unique. It can repeat. It probably will end up being unique due to the number of, it's 128 bits. So we talked about 64-bit versus 32-bit ints. So max unsigned 32 versus 64 versus 128 bit integer. So this is just wrong. We're just striking the hell out on everything. And this is even wrong. That This one's right. This one's wrong. That's assigned. And this is just flat out wrong. Let's look at Microsoft's official documentation. So int32, unsigned is this, so that's right. Signed long, which is 64, is this. Unsigned is basically double that. So it's just, I don't even know what to say. Like when you have this documentation at your, and this isn't anything new. Like 32-bit and 64-bit ints have been around for a very, very, very long time, more than 2 years ago. And this is just, for what I asked, unsigned of those things. Not that this is a normal data type, but it should be able to figure out what the number is. It only got one of them right. These two are just flat out wrong. This one's double what it says, and this one is just the exact same number as 30 to 64. So why would that even be considered right? 128-bit value. We'll just start with that and see if we can figure that out. Yeah, okay, so that number's what I would expect. We're gonna need some commas in this because I don't know. It's 2 to the 128th minus 1. That's how it works. But I don't know what that is with commas. Let's put commas in this. Thousands, millions, billions, trillions, quadrillions, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's a lot. That's a giant ass number. I don't even know what that is. How do you pronounce the number that? Let's see if it can tell me that. Numbers to words computer converter. Is it gonna even like this? Find. $340 undecillion, 282 decillion, 366 nonillion, 900. I've never even, like, octillion I've heard of. Decillion, I've heard the words. Yeah, septillion, sextillion, quintillion, quadrillion, then we're trillion, billion, million, thousand, 55. So, giant number. 340 undecillions. There we go. Learning stuff today. I don't think I'll have that many land blocks, to be fair. But I don't think I'll definitely not have that many regions. But for the sake of not having to worry about it, because I don't want to worry about it, I want to make sure that the primary key is these two combined, not just this ID. So we need to define that. Well, shitballs. We're going to make comments in here because we definitely need to change some things. Okay. Wait, where's my comments? Oh, the plan is kaput because I did this another day and it lost. I can't do comments now. Um, Can you redisplay this plan so I can add comments, please? No. Not plan. There we go. Go away. There we go. Okay. So it's saying here the GDD implies 6. So the GDD said 16 by 6, huh? I don't know that that's valid. The number 16 is not in this document. I don't know where it thinks I implied that. I have no idea. You're full of crap, Claude. I'm sorry. I don't know where you see this in the GED, but it is definitely supposed to be 51 by 51. Okay. Yeah, it's exactly why that's why I define. Okay, so that's fine. Why is it telling me new things here all of a sudden? Why is that not in this plan? Is it? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on anymore. It might be in the actual, let's see, is it in containers? And it didn't explain, why it did that, but okay, whatever. Mop type only, no matter shooting instances are phase 3. That's fine. Days, hours, minutes, seconds, which I interpreted as a lapse play time rather than a Postgres SQL interval. Happy to interval if you prefer. As long as I haven't looked at it yet, as long as on the character it has a create time, so I can also just show age. Character skills. Character. So it has age in seconds. It has a created at. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. Oh, I know what Fluent API is. What is Fluent API? Hopefully it doesn't break it. Please don't break it. Please don't break it. Okay, good. Like as soon as I close the program, it breaks it though. A very high level with regards to EF and PG. Code-based alternative to data annotations for configuring your model to database mapping. So decorating your entity classes with attributes like required, max length. You configure everything in your DB context on model creating method through a chained method syntax. That's a lot of words. So on model creating, you define these stuff here. The fluent part just refers to the method chaining style. Each method returns the same builder object, so you can chain calls rather than repeatedly referencing the same object. Oh, I see. So if I say, give me a player, define a player model, this property method returns the same thing as this method as this, and it just still returns an entity for a player. Okay. Keep navigators out of your domain model. Your entity classes stay clean. Focos. More powerful. Some things simply can't be expressed as annotations, composite keys, table splitting, complex relationships, etc. NPG SQLs, PostgreSQL specific extensions hang off the Fluent API. So if you want PG native features, you'll be using it regardless. Okay. There's going to be some of this defining. So back to this then. It says circular form keys resolve with deferred alter table statements, accounts to characters, buildings to characters, and several first discovered by character ID columns. This is clean, but needs to be modeled correctly in EF core. No foreign key attribute on the entity configured via Fluent API. Okay. Okay, so back to commenting on the BS that this thing brought out. Let's go look at this Vitae panel. That was the only one here that struck me as weird. And this list, not in what we've seen so far. There's a lot of how are things not copying? Vitae penalty. So numeric 5-4 between 0 and 1. Okay, so it's that is now I see what it's doing. This is just a percentage basically. It can go up to wait. This is 5 digits, 4 of them are after the decimal if I'm reading this right. I don't think it's before and after. I think it's just total of 5 digits, 4 after the decimal. So we have a single digit on the left, which is always going to be at most 1, and then 4 decimals on the right to give us a lot of playroom. I think that's what that means. Now that I see it written out as between 0 and 1, that's clearly what they're trying to do, but let me just make sure that's the equivalent to the same way it does it in SQL. For a PG column, is that equivalent to the Microsoft SQL where it means there are 5 digits and 4 are to the right of the decimal? Yes, same convention. Good. Yep. Okay. Cool. Making sure. Never know when they do weird crap that's not the same. Okay, so this is just defining a percentage with up to 4 precision. Okay. And it's probably fine because we're talking at 1% intervals. if I wanted to do it more frequently, reduce it by a 0.2% every minute, or actually do it down to the second, I still have a lot of variability or precision in that. So, okay, cool. All right, we're learning about Postgres syntax today. Back to this. All right, so we finished. Well, actually, let's just come into here and back here. I wish I could make this wider because this looks like ass to read. Well, maybe we do this then. That's as narrow as it wants to be. That fits, so that's good. Okay, so we can read this stuff here. Can yeah, close the mini map. I didn't realize that was called a mini map. That's funny. I know what it, okay, whatever. All right, let's see. Where'd my comments go? Shitting me, I can't comment in code. I can't comment in code. That was it the whole time. Oh, no. You effing kidding me? Won't let me comment in the code. That's so dumb. It's just text. Let me comment on it. Okay. We'll go back to what we were doing before. Maybe I need to make something so I can easily tell Claude what I put a comment on and what was already there. So if we do, we'll just say anything that has gliss colon on there will be me commenting on something. So here, this should be the unique ID. No, I don't. Quit putting words in my mouth. All right. Okay. Terrain types. Finally getting back to what we meant to do today. Which one is world? This guy. All right. So terrain types is here. I imagine primary key still means it's unique. I think it has to be. Yeah. It's not an identity field because it's just a new GUID. I mean, it is technically an identity, but well, does primary key in Postgres also mean unique? Is a good question. Unique as well. I knew it. Okay. Got it. Cool. Making sure. All right. So it'll make it unique. There's no reason to have a second unique key when we already have a unique key. Who cares? I'm not looking for human readable anything. The name is what's human readable here. So, okay. So, terrain types, unique ID. Yep. Name. Is it unique? Or is there a world where I define, let's just throw sand out there as the type of terrain, as the name, do I have two definitions of it? I feel like that would be dumb and very overcomplicated to allow that to happen. As soon as it came out of my mouth, I was like, nah, because there's so many crap that ties into these terrain type IDs that would be just painful. So, no, not going to do that. All right, so unique name, that's fine. And then, so base travel time multiplier is 1. Okay, it's default. That's fine. Base survival percentage is 100. Yeah. We have name already. Base chance of spawn and land block. So base spawn chance defaults to 0. Yeah, that's fine. Max surrounding block same type. That's an int. That makes sense. So we had numeric. I guess I need to know what are the default. Int is obviously 32-bit int, but what's the default numeric size and precision? What is the default size and precision of numeric? Unconstrained. Interesting. Any precision scale limited only by the implementation maximum of up to 131,072 digits before the decimal and 16,383 after. That seems excessive. This is different from Microsoft SQL numeric without arguments defaults to 18.0. Yeah, exactly. No decimal places. In practice, you almost always want to specify precision scale explicit in any column where you care about the range or storage rather than relying on unconstrained numeric. Yeah. So I assume unconstrained numeric is going to take up more storage regardless than, say, numeric 16.5 when I store the value of 1 in it. Yes. Oh. Did you validate or reject values that exceed the declared precision scale at write time? No validation accepts anything. The real storage cost with numeric is that it's variable length and has non-trivial overhead compared to fixed width types. If you're storing something like a price or a rate where you know the domain, it's better to practice for data integrity reasons. You don't expect a meaningful storage win from constraining it versus leaving it unconstrained. Okay. So I really should have constraints in all of these. How many times does that show up? I look for space, numeric space. It's only 18 times. That's a lot less than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a shit ton more than that. Okay, that's not bad. So we can define them. That's not a big deal. How's it defined? Okay, so it's that way. That's the only one we have precision on. Okay. Okay, well, let's get that figured out. I don't want to have that. I kind of want constraints just so nothing crazy gets put in there. Just trying to think how precise. Because base survival percentages, it shouldn't. If we're treating the other one, the Vitae percentage, as a size 5 precision 4, we only have one digit left of the decimal. And why are we treating this percentage with 3 digits left of the decimal? That doesn't make sense. That's inconsistent. If it's a percentage, it should always just be size minus 1 as your precision. Especially if I have 13,000 digits on the right, or whatever that huge number was. It's ridiculous. No reason to be imprecise here. So, scratching my foot with my other foot. Hold on. Okay. Multiplier is okay, I think. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, because a multiplier is always going to be. I mean, I guess it could technically be reduce your time, but I don't think we would ever do that. It'd always be greater than 1 or more. That's not really a percentage, but base spawn chance is a percentage. So do this is our thing. Change name. I'm just going to make a note at the top here. I mean, that's good. I mean, let's see, for timestamp, are there anything that's not timestamp Z in here? So if I do this, no, what's this? There's 32 timestamps. There's 32. Okay, so they're all timestamp Z's. So they're all UTC. I don't have to worry about that. I will probably remove the UTCs from all the columns that say UTC. Let's see, how many times does UTC show up? 18 times. We don't need it in there. It's kind of cool how this thing works. Because you can just look at the data type to know if it's stored as UTC or as server time, or as no time zone. That's a problem that we have I think it's a problem we have. It might be newer versions that we just don't use. We use just plain old timestamp in SQL, Microsoft SQL. All right. Well, we got to define this. So all numeric fields have been updated with size. Let's say precision size to prevent invalid data. I don't want that last bit. That's going to be accurate. No. Why is it coming up with suggestions? Why did it, I mean, this isn't Claude. This is a different one, so that makes sense. Removed UTC. Yes, that's why. Yeah. Okay, so UTC.
It's one small step for man. One.
Howdy, Bahama Llama. I want to call you by your full name. Howdy, Llama. Thank you for the resub. 5 months. I have not seen your ass, so that's a false statement you made there. My brain is tired. I'm surprised we're even doing this, but I figure by the end of this week it's going to even be more tired, so I'm going to have to do more mindless things. How are you doing? How's your day been? It's over now, I assume. Is night. We are working through all of Claude's BS that it made. This is why you can't trust it. Yeah, it's almost the next day it's almost tomorrow for you there. 6:40. Yeah, it's 11:49. Yep. Math is hard. 6 plus 5 is 11. I can do math. Well, that's no good. A concussion? How'd you get a concussion? You chucking llamas over your head? It's funny, but it's not funny. That sucks. You have to laugh sometimes, you know. Things suck, but you just have to laugh sometimes to get through them. Hi, Alf. Should I tell him about your acting job of injury last night? So, speaking of injuries, Alf had his own injury. I was throwing a ball for him, just throwing it on the other side of the room down the hall so he could go fetch it. And he stubs his toe on the wall as he's trying to get it. And then he acts like he can't walk anymore and is like limping on his front leg. And I'm looking at it and picking with it. And he never flinches while I'm touching it. He's just acting. Get up this morning, perfectly fine. He's an actor when it comes to being injured for attention. Yeah, you're an actor. Oh, at least you had doctors there. There's always a silver lining there. You had doctors there to take care of if anything bad actually happened that could have been life threatening. But you'll recover, I'm sure. Life continues. All right. Oh, it actually redid the spacing for me when it did that. Why didn't it do the other one? So sad. All right, we'll get to it. See, I am the opposite when it comes to being stuck indoors. Like when the pandemic hit and everybody was on lockdown, I was like, sweet, now I have an excuse not to go see anybody. That was like the best time for me. I never got sick because I never left the house. Um, I'm perfectly happy sitting at home, chilling, sitting out in the back porch, reading a book. I have no problem with all of that. So I'm a strange breed, though. I was looking at places to move to one day and just narrowing down what states they are. What? How dare you give Chunky a subscription? That's not right. Um, Thank you, Zaz. Thank you for the 5. Only name I recognize on there is Wire. Um, an Oreo Chromis? What the hell is that? I missed the picture of it. I didn't see what it was. Um, but yeah, and I was looking at places to move eventually, and it's all about climate, landscape, and distance and distance from people. Those are the 3 big factors. The cost of living is in there as well, but uh, it's down to 3 states. Oh yeah, I recognize that one too. I think I recognize all of them that I think about it. They're not here commonly. Um, but but yeah, so one of the places though is up in Alaska because it's cold, it's beautiful. It's got a lower cost of, or it's got a similar cost of living what I have now, so it's not an increase. It's not the West Coast, for example. Um, and it's remote. It's very easy to find a place that is near nobody. There was I just randomly look at Zillow and stuff like that for houses and random places I think about, and I looked out just outside of Anchorage. There's a house that's half the cost of the house I have now, so I could pay it off immediately. New build on a lake, raised up high enough where it wouldn't flood, and then on the other side of it is mountains. And I can't see the neighbors anywhere. It's just trees and a road. I'm like, huh. That is my ideal living locate conditions, is not seeing people. So, but yeah. So I don't have your problem, Llama, of being felt like I'm stuck inside. I am perfectly happy being stuck inside. Alf likes it too because he gets to sit with me, don't you? Even though I think you do want to go pee, but because you're sitting here staring at me with your fake injury that disappeared magically this morning. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. I forgot that when I've got it set up, when somebody gets a sub, they automatically get a fish. And when you gift subs, you get that many, I think. Yeah, you got 5. Yep. So that's what we're seeing now. It's like, I'm pretty sure these people aren't in here right now, but they're getting fish. All right, I know it's your first day on the job today, so get some rest. Hopefully it went well. Good night. And I will kiss Alf here in a second because I'm about to get up and let him out. So I'll give him a kiss on the head. So speaking of, we'll put up our P break signal, P break bat signal, and I'm gonna let Alf out. So I shall be right back. Boop. All right. All right, so still table number 2. Now, does text need? Oops. Now, does text need the similar sizing? What is the default for the text? Oh, it's Varchar Max. I actually use Varchar. Okay, cool. Exactly. See, in single serve, you always pick the size because if you don't, then it stores things less efficiently and the tables get bigger because they're variable length. And it's bleh. So that is why I checked. Cool. So the biggest multiplier that we'd want to have, how many digits on the left of the decimal do we think we're going to have? Um, well, I mean, I guess, let me go back and read this again because I don't know that I need to define all of these. I don't know. It feels a bit much. This should be like a percentage with 1 being 100%, not 0 to 100 scale. I don't want to rename it. It's literally called percentage. Is this your ball, Alf? Hmm? I don't know if they can see the color of this ball because it kind of has some green in it. I think it's kind of invisible, sort of. Yeah. You gonna go chase this? You gonna stub your toe again and get all pitiful on me? Ooh, it took a turn on you. You didn't catch it. Go get. I'm not getting that for you. Don't look at me like that. Numbskull. Uh, that's fine. The surrounding blocks multiplier. Okay. Passability requirement. So that's this thing. I got your ball again, Alf. You brought it back to me. Passability is a JSON B. Yep, that's the right definition of it too. That's what I have defined in here as our equipment requires is an item list, and this one is it's not really an item list. Well, I guess it's like an item type list. Yeah. Hi. I had another playlist that was the London the the London Philharmonic Orchestra playing music. Let's switch to that one. Pause that for a minute. And then where is it? Is it this one? Yeah. From 2011, this stuff. All right. Passability requirements. That's. Oh, it does say item type ID. Never mind. That's right. Cool, cool, cool. All right. And then adjacent spawn multipliers is this bit where we put train type ID, multiplier, multiplier type. Yeah, that's right. Also JSON. Yep. These are proper default values. That looks good to me. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're going to go crazy with defining numerics. I'm going to take that out here. Do I care about created add on train types? What do you think, Alf? Should we put a date on everything, even if it's a definition table? Hmm? What do you think? I don't know. What do you think, Alf? Hmm? What do you think Claude thinks? I bet you if I ask Claude that question, it'll be like typically best practice is to always have tracking for audit purposes of having a date on every record that's created. It does increase database size. Um, so you'll have to be careful on big things, on big tables, but it is good to have for audit purposes. It's also not a bad idea to put created by and blah 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 blah. I bet you it says something like that. Let's see if we predicted right. What are best practices when it comes to putting created dates on every record in every table, even configuration and definition tables? Let's see what it says. Yeah. I know that one. Yep, there you go. Its operational value is asymmetric. It costs nothing to add them up front, but when you need to know when a config record changed and it's not there, you have no recourse. Audit trails, cache, blah, 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 they all benefit. So we create a function. Yeah, that's almost sounded like Star Wars going into Zelda. Really good, though. I still got my P break up. Oops. I got so excited about music. I don't know about the updated part. Because not every record is going to. I think in places it might be worth having it, but I don't know. Nah. That updated is less important to me. The before create date's kind of not important to me. At least on the config side of things. I definitely am going to put it on the item generation and characters and accounts and all that stuff. But this stuff that defines stuff, Regions is dynamic. That makes sense. I know what order things are created. And this is a definition table. I don't really need that in there. I don't think we're going to do it on those. Okay. And then every time I think about it, I'm like, I should probably just add it. This is dynamic. Anything dynamic, we'll put created. Anything that's config, we won't. Can always add it later if there's a time where it's more than me managing the database, because I don't care. All right, land blocks. Let's back up here. You getting hyped, Alf? You getting hyped to the Zelda music? I think it's loud. Man. Who's this dog? Scratch on the chin. Alf needs some scratchies. Okay, so land blocks. We have XY coordinates, yes. Region ID will reference the region's ID. That is correct. I imagine I'm going to have to create a unique index on both of these to make these unique together. I don't know that this is a primary key, though, because if I don't care about duplicates here, I just care that it's unique between regions. But on the same token, we saw how many numbers that is. Do we ever think we'll get to that many land blocks? Hmm. Decisions. Oops. I just don't want there to be some theoretical top end. Because somebody will hit that. Somebody will do something. Let me test if it's truly infinite. I mean, to be fair, it's never truly infinite because in regions, if you get that many regions and then that many, I mean, the worst case of say a region covers 16 different land blocks, we'll say just as a random number, it's 16 times this number. So there is an upper limit, but will you ever hit it? Probably not. That's not even the full number, is it? No, it's not even showing the full number up. There's still 3 more sets of digits there. If we ever get there, then what is our recourse? How do we fix that? Wait. Well, this answers my question about how making something unique together. So that's accurate. Because on subland blocks, we define them as land block ID local X local Y is what it's doing on that, but it's technically, I thought we told it to also include the region. We didn't. Let's say we got close to that theoretical limit. What do we do to fix it? What is the fix to it? Do we just stop? Let's think. Let's say minimum time you got to spend in a subland block. What do you think, Alf? Do we say 5 seconds and just go small to see what? Because I think it might be higher than that as the minimum time, but let's say 5 seconds. And there are 51 that you have to cross to, if you go straight from one edge all the way across, it's 51. Because if you stay in the little edges there in the corners and go in a little circle, you're only going to get 4 little blocks. So that doesn't help you. You have to go across. Shortest path to a guaranteed new land block is 51 blocks. So let's math it. If we say we have 51 across and it's 5 seconds at across, that means that takes like 4 minutes and 15 seconds to cross a land block. So the fastest that somebody could generate all of the land blocks, let's think, what is the fastest? If you went up, so yeah, your starting land block, and then the fastest way, the most you can generate quickly, you went immediately up, that would be 25. You can go right one to get the one on the right, and then go up 50, technically 52, because you get the next block. And then it has to be 51. And you go left one, you get that block. So you get 2 blocks really quick. I think that's the fastest you can create block. Because if you went diagonally, well, I mean, if you did go diagonally, it's still the same number, right? Because every one that you go over or up, you're one closer to there. So it's still 51. We don't allow diagonal, do we? Let's think. No, because when you're in it, you can go. I guess you could. Do we allow diagonally? Never really thought about diagonal movement, but I don't see why we shouldn't allow it. So 51. If you go diagonal, let's say you're at the bottom right corner, and you go diagonal, you go 51 up, and then you can get 3 made really quickly. You go diagonal again, you can get 3 more made really quickly. Diagonal again, 3 more really quickly. So it's 3 at most that you can get quickly when you get to the edge of like the very corner of a block. So if that's how long it takes to go the entire diagonal length of something, and then you add 1, 2, 3, you get 3 more blocks. So plus 15 seconds. You're at 270 seconds. Now you've generated 4 blocks. And then you repeat that again. So 51, 3, and you got 4 more blocks. Well, you got 3 more blocks. So every 90 seconds, every minute and a half, you can create a block. If we take this number, I don't even know if it's going to take this number in the calculator. Let's see. Invalid inputs. It doesn't like that. All right. So let's say it's 90 seconds per block. Well, it's 270 per 3. You get 3 every 270 seconds, basically. We can just say it's 90. So 90. I'm just trying to think how to math this. Let's go up to max sign. We'll go back. This number's wrong. That's max unsigned. It's actually this unsigned. That times, that doesn't like that either. Let's go to signed, unsigned, 32. Okay, so it's that many seconds to get 32 bits of our 128 bits fully set. Divide that by 60 seconds. That's how many minutes it would take. Divide that by 6. That's how many hours it would take. Divide that by 24. That's how many days it would take. Divide that by 365. That's how many years it would take. I'm going to be well dead in 12,000 years. But let's say there's 12,000 players. Then you get to max 32 in a year, potentially, if everybody maxed out when and explored as much as humanly possible, right? The problem is like everybody's still gonna. If everybody came in day one and started exploring, you'd all have to go in different directions. There's not 12,000 different directions to go yet. Like you'll eventually break off and get there, but it won't be immediate. So then, if we take this, well, let me do a signed 3064 bit. No. What's the max number the calculator can handle? Is that it? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not even close to a 64-bit int. Let's ask. If you divide that, so we're dividing it by 90. We're dividing it by, wait a second, what were we doing? How are we doing this? Shit. We're dividing that by 3. What did we do? What did we do with our math? Let's go back. My brain is just not working. Okay, so we did 90 times that number. So, okay, so we wanted to do 90 and then divide by 60, 60, 24, and 365. Let's do 60, 60, and 24. So 90 divided by 60 divided by 60 divided by 24. Yeah, times 24. Let's just do this. We'll stop there and then we'll divide it by 24. What is that times that divided by 24? It doesn't want to do it. Math calculator. There's no way it takes that number. Okay. Divided by, what do we say, 60? Nope. No. Let's take these commas out. I think it's screwing things up. There's no way this calculator knows how to do this. I'm asking a lot of this. 1/60 divided by 1/60 minutes divided by 1/24 hours. I don't recognize this problem. Well, you're a piece of shit. All right, there we go. Divided by 60, divided by 60, divided by 24. What the hell? All right, let's start with something simple. Let's just do this. It doesn't know what that number is. Oh man. How do we do this? That's a big number. I just don't think we'll ever hit it. So we figured here. Wait, this was 12,000 years, right? So we'd have to have 12,000 players all doing this. And this is for a signed 32-bit integer. We've got 4x that. It's not this times 4. It's just like, it's a lot more than that. It's 2 to the 128th. I'm probably way overthinking this problem just because I'm stupid and analytical like that. So if we divide this by 1, 2, 3, 4, this is billions. No, this is millions, billions, trillions. Let's divide it by a trillion to knock off how many we got to get way down. We just move the decimal place. Let's just do that. Like if we get it down to 1, 2, 3. We'd have to get it, put like the decimal here. I know the commas are wrong, but put the decimal there. And that gets us a number that we can work with. But then we have to multiply it by, we'll just say, a big fat ass number. So let's take this number. This should fit in the calculator fine. Yep. So that's only 3 billion. It's got to take bigger than numbers than that. Let's see how big we can get. There's where she said. Takes that. It takes that. Will not take that. We'll take this. How many digits can we get? Can't take that. We're learning the limits. All right, there we go. So millions, billions, trillions, 3 quadrillion. All right, so that's where we're at. So this is our decimal point. So if we take that, and then that's how many of those there are, divide it by 90. Is that what we did? No, times 90. Crap. That times 90. Is that going to work? I guess exponential notation. That's fine. and then divide by 60, 60, and 24. So divide by 60 seconds, divide by 60 minutes, divide by 24 hours, divide by 365 days. Look at the history. Is that right? So we said we had a very small fraction of what we actually had. We did those, took 90 seconds to get each one of those figured out. That's how many, so that result here is seconds. So we divide it by 60 to get minutes. And then we divide that by 60 to get hours. And we divide that by 24 to get days. And that divided by 365 to get years. 9.7 billion years. We'd have to have 9.7 billion players in the first year, all maxing out how fast they can explore, just to get this many blocks discovered, let alone get rid of that decimal place and have all of those blocks. Hey, we're not going to F that. Yeah, we're not going to bother with that uniqueness. It will not happen. Now, the subland blocks is 50x. It was 50 times, 51 times 51x that. But still, even, let's say we divide that by 51 divided by 51. It's still 3.7 million years for that small number. We're not even close to that. So, yeah, we're fine with UUIDs. And that's at 5 seconds max or minimum travel time between squares. And we might make it double that, 10 seconds, and then it makes it even lower. And then they're not all 5. There are going to be tons that are a lot slower than that. So, yeah, we're overthinking it. But if we did have to fix it for some reason, I think all we do is we add a new column that is a new GUID, and there's a null version of it. There's like an ID and then a sub ID. The sub ID is null or it's a new GUID. And then we have this number times that number of land blocks. That's how you would fix it. That's an easy fix if we ever had to go that far. And then the same thing here is you would add sub land block sub ID, and then a sub ID here as well, right? So it'd be fine. There's ways around it. Okay, so now that the overthinking is done, back to table number 3 out of 33. We're getting 10% done. And we've only been streaming for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Or 2.5 hours. So, all right. Land blocks. So our coordinates X and Y within the region and the region ID. And the region ID is going to be unique too. So there's unique of that. That has to be unique. And that's valid. Adjacency data is region and coordinates of each block. Yep. So north block. This isn't truly, we need to have the southwest and northwest and southwest. Yeah, those as well. Add those in there. Okay, so that's the adjacency data. Created at, that's our timestamp. Player count. Default 0. It's an int. We should never have the max int value there, going back to those numbers. This one, this is unsigned, but half that. That's 2.1 billion players in a single land block. We're just not going to allow that. Like it just won't work. Or we just say lots. I don't see how that would happen. There's no way I ever have billions of people in here. And if somebody does it on their private server and tries to break it, more power to them. Don't care. They can fix it. This is a much louder track than the other one. When it gets loud. Did it stop or is it coming back? There it goes. So that was our player count. So we've got all of this stuff is in here, and that's good. Various flags. We've got has active event, has settlement, limited influenced. Yep. Okay, that looks decent. And then they're putting an index on region ID. And we're doing that because probably why would we have a region ID index? Because well, that's subline block events. We don't use region ID here. Why would I need an index on region ID? Maybe it's required when you do references. It's probably required when you do reference or something, but I don't know why I would look up by region ID here. I was really only doing regions because I wasn't sure that this was going to be enough uniqueness, but now I'm questioning even having regions in the first place. Because that's another thing that has to be randomly generated as some list of names, right? Do we just get rid of regions? I mean, what advantage is that bringing me? So let's look for region ID. There's 10 references. So let's go to the top. We reference it here in land blocks. 1, 2, 3 times in here. So that's okay. And then we have an index on it on the land block. So that's 5 of our 10 references already. The events have a region ID simply to put the region ID on it at this point. It's not necessarily needed. It was just more of find this stuff, but I don't need that one. Settlements, again, it was just there to reference it. It doesn't necessarily mean I need it. Oh, that's why I did the regions. I did the regions because I wanted to be able to put some sort of coordinates on the screen. If I could put a region name and coordinates, then I don't have to have these. I don't have a limitation on like a 64-bit int anymore. I'm unbound. from that. It's just the GUID limitation. Okay, that's why we have regions. Um, okay. Subland blocks. All right, grid position XY. We got it, and I'll check local XY between 0 and 50. Yep, that's right. Now, this one here didn't have that, right? Yeah, no. Okay, good. Terrain type ID. We reference that further down. We define that up top already. So terrain type ID. So that makes sense. Base travel time multiplier adjustment. So this is a multiplier. These are both multipliers. Now, why did we have an adjustment of the survival percentage on the subland block that's in addition to the terrain type? What did we come up with that for? Did we say an event might affect that? That might be what we did. Hey, bud. What's up? What's up, Mr. Elf? Yeah, what's up? That's my hand. That is my hand. Hi. Hi. Have you stubbed your toe tonight? You're not being pitiful tonight, Al. No toe stubs. Thanks for the bath. Oh my goodness, that's my arm. How you doing? How you doing, Mr. Boy? Mwah. All right. Yeah. Everybody can see you. You know that, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You want the attention. I know you do. You know people can see you, right? Like if I show this on, hang on, stay here. Don't you go anywhere. Don't you go anywhere. See you on the bottom right of the TV there, boy? That's you. That's you. In my armpit. Yeah. Weirdo. That's you. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, I gotta get my arm out of there. All right. So base survival percentage adjustment. That's numeric. That's fine. We had player count. Yep. Distance to nearest settlement. Updated when a new one comes into existence. Once you have 25 sublengths away, this is -1. The default, aka not influenced by the settlement. So at most, on a new settlement, you have to look at 4 lane blocks. Yeah. Okay. So that's right. So we've covered these. We've covered this stuff. Elevation is further down. We haven't gotten to that one yet. Okay. But we do have elevation min max here, and that's numeric. I think that might affect percentage. Survival percentage. Maybe. I don't know. Player count, distance near settlement, limit influence is a Boolean, false. Weather is a JSON B with temperature, precipitation, wind, all that stuff. Mob type definition is per block spawn weight overrides for mob types. Overrides? So we define mob types. This was our train type, weight, speed factor, other things. Mob type definition. I should have put more context on this one. What was. Oh, well, this is. It's not the per block overrides, it's per block spawn weight actual generated values. Like once it's generated, we don't change what can spawn there dynamically. I think. That's what it's set up for. But I'm trying to think: is there a reason? Do we need that, or do we do it on the fly every time? I feel like if we did it on the fly every time, we'd be having to look it up constantly, and then you don't have any consistency moving around. Like you could go to the block, do some stuff, go away, come back, and it's completely different crap there all of a sudden. And I feel like that's not very immersive. Not that this is an immersive game, but I don't feel like that's realistic. So it's not overrides. Um, I mean, I guess it's kind of overrides of the base mob types after it's generated, but it's static after it's generated the first time. So it's per block spawn weight overrides for mob types generated and remains static. Yeah, that's what that is. Okay, so that's the mob type definition. Environment properties, chests, loose loot, special features, harvestable materials. Okay. Created at. Last accessed at. Did I ask for that? I didn't. Is that worthwhile keeping? I'm just trying to think from like an analytics standpoint. What? Because I'll be able to, with the player count, I'll be able to show where players actively are. I could have an overlay for like least longest since last visit or something of players, and just kind of like show where it's kind of like your heat map, right? If something's been visited more recently, it's a bright white, and then it slowly gets toward yellow and orange and red, and then black, right? And black means it hasn't been accessed in a very long time. Um, but there's that kind of heat map. There's also where they're actively at. That's a different type of heat map. But then there's I'm trying to think of like a historical heat map that shows not necessarily by the last access, but by how many people have ever visited that spot, or like the average daily visits to that spot. I don't know. I don't know. That's really. It doesn't feel like that belongs here anyway. That feels like that would belong in an analytics table. And here is just the active player count and when it was last accessed. And if it's right now, it's right now. But it's maybe that only gets updated every 5 minutes. I don't know. Well, we have to. Yeah, I don't know. Hmm. I think we'll just leave that as is. Okay, and then unique land block, local X and Y. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, sub land block, and then we're putting indexes on land block ID, which makes sense because when you go to land block, you want to quickly be able to find which sub land blocks are in it. And train type. That one feels well references, so it must. I feel like this is like. Let's just see. Let's ask if. Oops, think Claude answer my question. Yeah. Okay. Yep. No, it's just best practice then. Makes sense. It's what I need anyway. I mean, there's going to be other indexes we're going to have to add depending on how we query things. Like the reason we put player count outside of a JSON blob, anything that's not in a JSON blob is potentially queryable. And if we end up querying something a ton, then we're going to want an index on that. Primary key automatically gets an index just because it's the primary key. But we'll have to see what other stuff we might need. But that can come later. That's a performance tuning exercise. All right. Sub land block events. So obviously an event GUID, event name, region and sub land block ID. That tells us where it lives. And then the coordinates of those so that we can throw it on a map easily. I don't know if that's entirely necessary because we're going to have that. Oh, wait. We have region ID, and we have sub land block ID, but we don't have land block ID. This should technically be enough. I mean, I guess I didn't specify here, but I feel like I should have that. I mean, these coordinates are not very useful. If I put the region ID, it doesn't make sense to even put these coordinates on here because those will be in these referenced rows. And this is just duplicate data that makes it difficult. And they don't really matter. Because if you're looking at the big picture view, you're going to see what region they're in. If you look at a land block view, you'll see which sub land block it's in already. If you're in the sub land block, you're going to see which sub land block it's in. So I think these are unnecessary. Hmm. Yeah, I feel like we get rid of these and we just put a land block. Because this didn't even mention sub land block ID. What the? Well, that's interesting. So I mentioned region ID and then the coordinates for the land block and sub land block. But I didn't mention the sub land block ID, but it put it. But it did not put the land block ID in there. I mean, I guess I could keep these just as a reference, just to say, and I don't have to go back and get this information when I show like a big list view of stuff. It's probably not a horrible idea, but I need the land block ID. I can't not have the land block ID. I need this. You gonna fix that for me? No? You want to be a dick and not fix that? Okay. So I think we need that on there. And then start and end time. The other thing was on all timestamp fields, it's either going to be at created or last access at, or it's going to be date time. If it says anything other than date time or at, I don't want it. I want it to be named this way. I got to fix that because of spacing. Not that's not necessary, but that's just a anal thing. Survival percentage adjustment, travel time multiplier adjustment. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And then we're going to index it on the subland block ID. We also need it on the region ID and the land block. So hmm. And then we have index on active when the dates are. That makes sense. Okay. Settlements and buildings. Settlement entity. All right. Primary key. Region ID. Sub. I did it again. I did the same thing and didn't put the. Oh, did I did that bad, didn't I? Oopsie. There we go. I didn't put this in here. That should be in there. Because then we got all this information about it. It's more map related without having to go query a bunch of tables for stuff. It's just kind of put it there. These will be static. Just put them there. Let's keep going looking it up. Name of it. That's region ID, land block, sub land block, settlement ID, which is this. Name, player count. Sorry, int. Founding date time. Or do I do at? Do I say everything's ed at? So like started at, ended at. Or starts at, ends at. Instead of date time, because it's clearly a date time. Starts at, ends at. I like that better. It's not duplicating my column type anymore. Did we got all the other ones that look like that? Created at. Yeah. Let's do that naming convention. Dagnabbit. And renamed date time / time as at for consistency. I'm guessing is what that says. as at for consistency. Removed updated at fields for now since most tables are append only, and we can add later if needed. Is it listening to me? Swear to God, if it's listening to me, we ain't streaming this shit anymore. Nah, it's just reading a lot between the lines. Because I didn't remove any, to be fair. Full of shit. Okay. There's our ats. I like that. It's just cleaner. Starts at, ends at. Founded at. And Limen influenced. Yes. Okay. That covers all those. Now that we've got like a definition of what we want to do, we're sort of getting through this a little faster. The hell are you doing? No. Sometimes it does some really dumb things that it thinks it should do. Wait. Wait. I did this wrong. That's what that should be. Did this restart? I thought we already heard this. No. This is the Halo 3 one. We heard on the other one is what we heard. Almost done with this playlist. Halo's music always gives me the chills. It's such a good song. I don't know anybody that's in gaming that doesn't know this song. At least it's our age. Maybe younger ones don't. Let's see here. So this should all say settlements. I get the other one. Subland block events, subland blocks, land blocks. Okay. So it's on a table and the column. That makes sense. Hey, it uses the same convention I use, IX for index. The primary key doesn't get a name, which is interesting, but that's fine. You have to name that stuff in Microsoft SQL. Or you get some weird random names. All right, so that's settlements. Buildings. Buildings depends on characters. Foreign key buildings. Territory added below after characters exist. Okay. So buildings. Obviously, it's a building ID. We have our region ID. Where am I going? Down here. Settlement ID. Did they wake you up, boy? The symbols? You're funny. Okay. My eyes are zoning out what I'm looking at here. Settlement ID. Building type is text. Determines if it is a service or player housing will be defined as an enum for things like shop. Okay, so this is an enum style. It's just text. That's fine. That'll be defined in code and everything, and then just text will be here for it. Is it Limen influenced? Character ID set for player housing, foreign key deferred. Yep. But it's nullable. And then access rights is a JSON B. For guild, it'll give the guild ID, access, players, character ID, and access. Okay. Okay, that seems decent. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't have the region ID down here. Aren't you, Alf? I'm surprised. It says it's best practice to do this, so why isn't it doing it? Well, at least it's kind of smart to figure stuff out to fix names when I do it right. All right, NPCs. The last NPC is the last bit. We might actually finish the world data. We're moving along now. NPC types. Type ID, the name pool. Oh, yeah, okay. That's how we come up with the names. We put them in there. They will get reused for sure. And there will have to be something that looks in the settlement or the region or whatever it is, right, that it's in and says, do I already have somebody named this? I don't want to have 17 Bobs in this place. Unless we're in Bob the Builder world or something. Let me check something really quick. Hold on. No, Alf. You get so jumpy. Put your head back down. I just picked up my phone. It's okay. You're not dying. My goodness. All right. We'll be doing that. Okay. And what was this other one? Please be good news. At least give him a thumbs up. All right. You know, work can suck sometimes, but occasionally good news comes in when I look at that. NCP. What does that stand for? Non character players, but that's weird sounding. Non-crazy players. NPC type. So the name pool, yeah, we don't. That'll be stuff. That's all logic we'll come up with as we enter. Must be in settlement. False or true. Wait, and then dialogue options. I said like below. Oh, down here. Okay. Dialogue type. Wait. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Super Mario Galaxy. NPC spawn weights. Spawn weight ID. This feels odd to have. NPC type. Terrain type. No. This needs to be percentage spawn. Literally other word. What do I use on, what do I use up here on the train type bits? Spawn chance percentage. This is what we want it to be. We want the default to be 1. I'll make a note on this one because it's a little oddball in case Claude misses it when I say, hey, dude, read what I changed and fix your shit. Spawn chance percentage, that's going to jack everything up. Son of a bumpkin. Put that back a couple at least. Between 0 and 1. I can do the check and the default, can I not? Because this is what I want the default to be. But don't we do that down here somewhere with the range bit thingamajiggy? All right, let's go back to our other playlist that we had up before. If I can find it, this one? No. Uh, 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 uh. Is it this one? No. It's this one. And oh, I went back to it automatically. Nice. Cool. Where was I? Go back to OBS so I can see things. All right. Where was the thing that was a thing in the thing? 5, 6. Yeah, not an all default. Yeah, we can put that in there. Where was I? Where was I? Here. Not null. Default. 0 and 1. Yep. I'm just trying to think, do I really need the 1 that is even defined as 5, 6 here, or just say it's between 0 and 1? Not null. Default 0 and 1. That's all we need, right? I don't need to enforce that. That's gonna be enforced by the system. Oh, I forgot to get my eye drops when I was up. It's not getting too bad. We might just have to call it. But let's see. It's okay for now. It's a little obnoxious, but I'll survive. You don't want to help me fix this? Butthead. Okay. Do I need this? Does everything just have an ID? I think everything just has an ID. I'm being kicked. Alpha's gone. Yeah, everything just has an ID. So, okay. That's fine. Not hurting anything to have it. We're just not going to reference it. Unique NPC terrain type. Yeah, probably so. I don't need to define it more than once per terrain type, so that would make sense. But I do need these as indexes because I was told that was how you're supposed to do it. So we're going to continue doing it. Even though these aren't going to be big tables, we're going to do it anyway. That's not where that goes. It goes after it, right? Yeah. It goes here. Yeah, do that. That's a good start. And then we need to do this. And then this. Oh, it already had that one. Nice. Now, if it is made unique, does it automatically get an index? Did I ask that already? I don't remember. Define and contain two columns that reference foreign keys. Those automatically get an index due to being part of that unique statement, or do I need to still define them? It's created by the unique constraint is a composite of both columns together. Whether that satisfies your needs depends on the query patterns. Queries filtering on both columns are covered. Queries filtering on the first column only covered. Composite indexes are usable on leading columns. Queries filtering on second column not covered. Okay, so it's kind of like SQL where it doesn't look at the columns got to be the same columns from the beginning out, but if you skip one, it no longer functions. So okay. So in that case, let's look. I don't think I have unique defining these other things that I just added this stuff on. We don't have that many uniques. I don't technically need this because it's already here, and that's fine. It's the first one, and that would be what I would potentially do. So I don't need that one. And I technically don't need this one because it's already there. Unnecessary data. Right? Yeah. This has no uniques. We need all those for the references. No unique, no unique. This one, I wouldn't need this. Well, let's just think, what am I querying? When I'm spawning an NPC, I'm going to say, okay, I determined I'm going to get this NPC type A, and I'm currently in this terrain type B, then give me its spawn chance percentage. And it's always going to be NPC and terrain type, so I don't need these. So it rightly didn't include these. Okay. All right. NPCs. You can always add them later. These aren't big tables anyway, but This won't be none of these. This is not a big table. Regardless, if it had no indexes, it would still be fine, even if it did a table scan. Create table for NPCs. Ugh. All right, so we've got our ID, our name, our NPC type, the region it's in, what settlement it's in. Again, it left off land block ID. Very weird. Coordinates, and then what dialect generated at time of creation. There, add that in just so we know. That's just my information about it. So okay. So this one needs a whole lot of indexes. I technically need it on these. Just need it on all 5 of those. Okay, where's our... Grab these. Throw them down here. Wait, that already had some. Or it has NPC type, settlement, and subland block. Does not have land block or region. It just seems like it randomly picks this shit sometimes. Yes. And land blocks. Okay. That's our NPCs. All right. And that is one of 5 that we had to make. Now, this was a longer one for sure. There's quite a few tables on this guy. Mobs will be quick because there's not much there. So mobs. Mobs. Yeah, there's 2 here. All right, mob types. We got their mob type ID. Yep. Name, stat block, health, attack, defense. Yeah, it's just all. We're not querying by this. We're just when we determine what mob type we're going to make, we pull the data and read it. So we're not querying into it. And then our equipment. And that's again, we're not doing that. We're just listing out, and it's really item types, not items, but this is just a comment. It doesn't have to be that when we get in there. It's fine. Equipment. Respawn timer in seconds. Throttle player from instantly being able to stand in the same land block and fight the mob over and over again. Timer is stored within the character until they move land block. Yeah. Okay. Default 5 minutes. Probably decent. It can obviously change. Aggressive, skinnable, mineable, harvestable, limit influenced. Okay. Seems good to me. Mob spawn weight, random ID, mob type ID, terrain type ID, spawn chance again, no. 0 and 1. There was that spawn chance up here that we defined default on. Do we really want the default? No. It's not nullable. It just needs to be set to something. I don't want to default it to 1. So spawn chance percentage. Spawn chance percentage. Yep. Hey, I remember what I wanted. Sort of. Yeah. What? Okay. Speed factor. Yep. And we're unique mob type, terrain type. Yeah. And then again, we're always going to be querying by those two at every time. So this will cover it for the index. Okay, that's mobs. Easy. Items is going to be a long one. Accounts and off. Oh, we haven't done characters yet. It's just a separate area. Okay, so the items, statistic property, enhancement item, containers, a lot of shit here, and loot table entity. We're defining some of them, but not all of them here, it looks. Okay. Statistics. Got an ID. We got a name. Description. Icon. Item types allowed. Cannot appear with stats. I'm surprised it understood what I meant there, because that's exactly what I would do. It's a stats list. It's a list of IDs that is not allowed to appear with. Tier, that's an int. That works. Class, yep. Stat type, min and max. Stat type. What was stat type? I must have had it in my code, my other mock-up code. Also, there's probably a reason for it to be there, so we'll just leave it. But I forget what it was for. Oh, it's like, is this a weapon stat? I don't know. That's what this is. This is class. There was like a subtype thing that we had on there. I have to go look at what they were. There's a reason for it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be here. Okay, properties. ID, name, description, icon, item types allowed, cannot appear with property. Class, damage type, weapon type, magic type, crafting type, clothing type, etc. Yep. Coverage. And the details have property type, which is missing, and icon details has all of that stuff, but it's missing property type. It picked up on stat type, but did not pick up on property type. That's interesting. Range. Okay, enhancements. They got enhancement type, but it didn't get property type. Very weird. All right, ID, name, description, icon, item types allowed, cannot appear with enhancement. Class, enhancement type, got it on this one. Rarity, weight. Enhancement tiers. Okay, yeah, so that stuff all goes in there. It figured out that that was a JSON B, and I didn't tell it, but all right, worked for me. Properties list, yeah. Okay. All right, so those look good. We aren't even halfway done. What time is it? 8:39. Yeah, I don't know why I looked all the way over there when it's right there. Um, which is item container and loot table left. Those must be defined somewhere, right? There's containers, items, and loot tables. Okay. Why are they down here? Let's just go over those. So containers, our ID, container type, enumeration, region ID. Oh, it only applies to those. That's what that means. Okay. What the hell am I doing there? Okay. Sub land block. Again, it just left off land block for some reason. There's just things that it just randomly misses and I don't get it. Very weird. All that stuff. Summon ID, character ID. Oh, that's why it's down here because we hadn't defined characters yet, so it needed it down here. Makes sense. NPC ID. Well, building ID. I just threw that at the bottom because I was out of order. That's fine. So we need these four. Mob instance ID. That's correct. Yep. I don't know why it's phase 3. It should have had me define mob instances. I don't know why I didn't. Whatever. We'll get it. We'll add it later. Not a big deal. Max item count. I think I probably mentioned 20, but that's fine. Despawn timer. Despawn timer. It should just be despawns at. Despawns at. Yeah. Okay, so that actually works pretty good. But we're missing a whole lot of indexes if we're supposed to put them on all the foreign keys. We talking lots of them. And these aren't even like just because it's foreign keys. I will be querying by every single one of these. So these need indexes. And it's not going to be all of them combined. It might be these and one of these combined, maybe, but it's probably just going to be one of each. That's it. These need to all have indexes. I don't know what the what rationale it used to set all this up, but it ain't right. Granted, this one wasn't there before. Oh, hang on. It actually just recommended something when I clicked off. That's fine. I don't want it above it though for consistency. I kind of want these in order so that they're in the order the columns are up there. So NPC character, we need building. Oops. We need settlement. And we need regions. Nope. Sometimes it picks up that I want to change these, and sometimes it doesn't. It's like that time it did. It was the very last one. I finally figured it out. Okay. Items. ID. Item type. Durability current and max. Okay, that's fine. I don't know the defaults make any sense. Not hurting either, but okay. Quality, default, common, uncommon, rare. Okay. Owner IDs, that's the character ID. I mean, why don't we just call it character ID so that it actually is the proper foreign key name instead of owner ID? I called it owner, but I mean, get good AI. Container ID, limit influenced, loot table flag. Then the generated stats, generated properties, generated enhancements, created at. Yep. Yes. And then loot tables. An ID for it. Terrain type ID. Distance from settlement. Min and max. Mob types. That's the big thing. Source types. Wait. Oh. Wait. It missed a lot of stuff here. It put those bits as source types. That's not what that is. What are my source types now that I think about it? Oh, there's weight. Never mind. Wait. Oh, wait. Is that underneath there? No. It is actually tabbed wrong, and it figured that out. So that's cool. Item types. Okay. Source types is wrong. This isn't here. What is source type? Source is like, it's not these. Not just these. I don't think. What source types did we have? If I search for source, is there anywhere else that source shows up? And this is the only spot that it shows in our database definitions. Source of truth, source of truth, source of truth, resource, source of truth, source control, source of truth, source control, source of truth, resource type, resource, source of rare materials, source. This is the game design document. None of those. No. I don't know what source means then. Unless it's in item generation here. Higher solution. Source. What says source? Item source. Enumeration. Creature, player, MC, store, environment, crafting, reward, container, other. Environment would have been loose. Container. Creature, mob. It's actually kind of close. It can be equipped by mobs is a different story. But on the same token, is it really though? Because if I'm going to figure out what loot I can have, if but I don't want that to be in a JSON B. That's because I'll be querying that a lot, and that's not good to be doing that out of there. Those really just need to be bits that I can filter off of, and not a JSON thing to pull that out of. Well, let's see here. Creature player source doesn't even make sense. I'm not even sure why it's here. NPC source, okay, but that's the same as a store. Environment would be ground. Crafting would be irrelevant because you're going to be crafting a specific item. And then this doesn't matter. That doesn't matter when it comes to loot tables. Reward, no. No quests like that. Not that would be chest. Other is just have nuclear damage here. um yeah, so it's kind of really just these bits. Is it loose loot? So it's in the environment. Is it out of a chest? Did a mob drop it? If it's crafting, it's not going to even look at this table because it doesn't matter. If it's NPC, it's not going to look at this table because it doesn't matter. It's going to be set. Um, obviously, mob drop. And I need to know if a mob can equip it. So that'll filter us down to some area, some smaller subset of these. And then we have to drill into the mob types JSON, which is a different ball of wax because this is going to be just going to be mob types. Which do we have a mob types? I forget. Mob spawn. Yeah. So it'd be these mob type IDs in here. So if it's a mob and we're trying to figure out if it can equip it, then we find, okay, we can't, we're going to have to query this. And this is just a big possible list of types. Hmm. Mm, 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 mm. This feels like the least worked out that I did, but it's also a complicated one because this is how you define what loot's going to drop on everything. But I got to be able to query this quickly. Is the key here? I can't be parsing JSON constantly to figure out if I should use this particular loot definition or not. So wait, wait, wait. Ah, see, I can interpret that right, that tabbing differently than it did here. Loot definition is its own table. I had to have thought about this. So you define the item types and you define all the stats on those, right? And that's just a big JSON document. You have a loot definition ID, right? I'm guessing this doesn't show up anywhere else. Yeah, that's the only place that shows up. And then in this, instead of doing JSON B for mob types and source types, to get rid of those, we have flags for mob can drop it or it can be equipped by mob, or it's loose loot, or it's chest loot. And then the mob type is a single mob type ID set. So whenever I'm figuring out this is the mob that I'm on, I look for that mob type ID. It's nullable because if it is a chest or loose loot, it doesn't have to have a mob type on it. The terrain type doesn't always matter, and that is nullable. Same with the settlement distance stuff; those are also nullable. I really need an extra table here that this didn't create for me. That's loot definition. It's just an ID and a big old JSON blob. And then we're going to have to define for every mob type what it can equip, what it can drop. Those could be the same or they could be different, but those booleans will allow us that. And then for loose loot for every terrain type and chest loot for every terrain type, we'll have to define. And if there's any difference in settlement distance, we'll have to define those as well. And there could be different, and there's going to be, it's a settlement, so the mob type, there could be, for that one mob type, there could be many entries. Some could be limited by terrain type or settlement distance or both. So all those things are combined. And then the weight. Yeah, basically we're going to have to look for any loot tables that meet all of the criteria are met on. And then we use the weight to determine which loot table we're going to use, and then we use that definition ID to go get what loot is possible. And that definition could be across multiple things. So we could be really lazy at first while we're first making this and say, well, here's close to settlement, medium from settlement, far from settlement. Everything uses the same loot, 3 loot tables, depending on your distance from settlement. That's all we care about, right? We don't even care about the mob types. And then slowly you can add in specific mob type stuff and increase the weight on those, right? So, yes, we're going to have to do. And this is how loot tables can get jacked up by making a tweak to something and not realizing that that definition is defined on multiple different tables and you tweak something for a mob that you didn't intend to. So you have to know all those relationships, but that's how we're going to have to do this. So the big change what we got here. Grab this. We need that. That can be null. And then this goes away. This is going to be not, I mean, we're going to have like 20 entries. If we have 20 critters, we're going to have 20 entries here, one for each mob type ID. Because we can't filter on JSON. For the amount of loot that we're going to be generating, we cannot do that from a performance standpoint. This has to be this way. And then we need bits, or booleans, I should say. I call them booleans, not bits here. For 1, 2, 3, 4. So is equipable by mobs, is loose loot, is chest loot, is mob drop. Okay. And then these are not nullable. They need to have a value, true or false, regardless. But they can default to false. Or, yeah, that's fine. They've all got to get set. Okay, so that gets rid of this stuff. And we have our weight. Okay, so we've got our terrain, distance, the mob type ID now. Source types goes away because it's just going to be is equipable, is loose, is chest, is mob. These are all nullable because these don't all have to be set. It can just be is it loose loot, and there's a chance for this happening, right? And we could add more booleans to these tables as we need to, right? I mean, I guess in theory I can put the loot definition here, but if I'm going to duplicate it, then it makes sense to reference it. So I'd kind of rather reference it anyway. So let's grab this. Loot definitions. We'll have an ID, and then we'll have the loot definition itself. And that's really it. Like, this is all, none of that changes. But then here, this is going to be a not null. Not null. Loot definition ID. There. This is going to have to come first, though. Otherwise, it will fail. Okay. So then that gives us a lot of flexibility for loot tables and fast lookups because all of this can be indexed and will be indexed. Like we're going to go ahead and do that now because we need terrain type, mob type. I mean, it's all going to get queried. This is going to be putting an index on any of this doesn't make it's going to look at the whole table every time because it's looking at everything. This is the only column it's not going to ever look at. Well, and wait, because it's just going to return it. Everything else is going to be queried by either onesie, twosie, or all combined. That'd just be a shit ton of indexes. So we'll at least put them on our reference columns. But thank you. Yes, no, maybe, no. So random. And this is supposed to be loot tables. Yeah. Did I F those? I did it. No, that's items. That's fine. That's containers. That's fine. Okay. Okay. So there's our loot tables. Okay. That's probably what I envisioned when I wrote this, although source types was kind of, I don't remember why that's there. It may come back, but it can't be a JSON. It has to be something that we can query quickly. So okay. So that's the entire item. So that's 3 of our 5. What time is it? Is it 9? It's after 9. Yeah, okay. Character is a bunch of entities to look at. And skill is a bunch of stuff to look at. I'm not gonna get to that tonight. Next time. Or I'll do it offline and get the boring stuff of this done. I do want to work more offline just to progress this faster than just when I'm streaming it, but I also have to have the brain power and will to do that. So, okay, well, good progress. We've got to do character related and skill related still. So we kind of stopped. We did enhancements. Stopped here. That counts it off. Pick up here. There. I remember what that is. All right, so that's where we'll pick up, or I'll pick up next time whenever I do this. So, all righty. Yeah, Alf knows it's bedtime. He's already looking at me like, Dad, you said all righty. That means we're done, right? Yep. Cool. Well, I hope you enjoyed the banging of the head on databases and what it takes to do them right. I just noticed. Oh, this is all going to get fixed. Never mind. And how you can't trust AI. It does a lot. Like it spit this whole thing out, this whole definition out, in I think it was like 8 minutes on or on a Sunday. I think it was when it did this. That was 2 days ago. It doesn't tell me how long it ran. It loses that. But I think it was like 8 minutes. It did all of that, based off of all of the design, all the design documents, all of these issues and everything. It's not terrible. It's a good starting point. It gets about 90% of your work done for you. But you have to review it because as you can tell, there's just little details that it misses and doesn't pick up on little nuances, and interpreting what I wrote down versus what was in my head when I wrote it down aren't always the same. So gotta be careful with it all. But anyway, we shall call it there. We'll probably be back Thursday. We might do more. I don't either this Thursday or we might do some Ashman's Call quad boxing. I don't know. I got most of it set up over the weekend, so we shall see. But we'll be back soon for more. Alrighty, I'm out of here. Have a good evening, good morning, good day, wherever you are, and we will see you on the next one. Bye for now.
Bye.